Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value, as I always say. Another day, another time, another stream, another rhyme. So, letting you know what's on my mind. Getting back to the Stackivate app. Stackivate is the project. The Stackivate marketing dashboard app is the main feature right now that I'm building. And while I'm building it out, without a doubt, you know, it's adding new ideas, new features to the app to make it better. The app is just the MVP, so it's incomplete as far as I can see. I got a long way to go, but you know, I like doing what I'm doing, providing value, and what I'm pursuing is financial freedom for everyone. Up in the free tier, providing more value than anything else for free. If you want to pay to get to the next level, that's cool too, but everything I do is all about who I can help that maybe can't afford it. So, you know, I think the goal is to, or I know the goal is to basically provide the quickest path to understanding investing. So it's an educational investment system, and the dashboard is essentially or the marketing dashboard, which is the main focus of the build, is essentially just making sure that the word gets out there and people find it. So I'll get right into it. The last feature I built was product ideas. With product ideas, taken from the observations and capture, getting the information from my target audience, putting it in project idea or product ideas. So then I can get web sourcing too. Web sourcing is gonna, something I realized was save me a lot of time, because I was searching for all these conversations manually, and there's millions of different conversations. So like, why not just build a feature where I can, you know, dial in exactly what I'm looking for, find it easily, get it into the database, get it into more ideas. So finally got the main parts of the business up and ready. So I got the marketing features and channels for social. First one I built was X. Now I'm going to build some more and add some more image features for X and the other ones that I built. That's how I'm going to start. You know, I've been working a lot and been sacrificing sleep, but it's cool because the progress I'm making, I'm really onto something. I'm really strategizing, really making good moves, and keep on moving. Okay, so here's the project browser. Got the product ideas. First thing I want to improve on today is some images. So I got this generate X post, and right now the marketing is going to be coming straight from each individual observation, and then I can move it later. But for right now, I want to know exactly where I'm getting each piece of marketing content from. And then once I get it dialed in, then I'll move it to its own kind of section on the dashboard. So I click generate X post. Loads up. These are all the generations from this post. Okay. So now, going into the code. Before I do, I just noticed the chat. So, Missouri, welcome. Respect every time. Thank you for that. I'm glad you like the streams. Looking to provide value as much as I can. Love to support as a fan and stick around long term if that's cool with you. Yeah, that's why I do what I do. Providing value for you and anybody else who wants to learn from me. So feel free. And thing about Discord is right now I'm in between Discord servers. So for the new one, I'll take a note to add you once I get the new Discord server up, hopefully this weekend. Alright, so I'm going to go in the code. First thing I want to do today is add some image generation to the marketing content. So I guess all I have right now up is the X, and right now the X post generator is underneath the individual observations. So I would click on an observation and then I would get to the X post, and then it would give me posts based on each individual observation. And right now I don't have any image generation for that. So what I want to do right now is not create an actual image generator in here. I just want to start with the prompt generator. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to take those prompts and I'm going to run them through a few different image generators till I can find the best before I bring the image generators APIs over to this project. So I'm going to start with the prompts, and then I'll just work with the prompts till I get them better over time. And then when I find the right image generator, then I'll bring that over. So I guess right now, let me know if you have any advice on what you think for the image generator. I don't know if you can see what's up in the local browser right now, but it looks like I have X post for observation 18. Let me know if you can see that. So if you're just tuning in, it's time to win. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up, up the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. Trying to get on at different times, reach new people. Usually I'm not on so early, but today I thought I'd try something new. See how it goes through. That's good to know. I'm saying avoid the bull bear stylized charts, gold coins, person staring at monitors. And most of the finance images I was making in the past were like um, bulls and bears and suits, Wall Street stuff. And I feel like, yeah, that's a good idea because, that's definitely represents finance, but I think that's going to be kind of intimidating to people who are new. So I got to market towards my target audience, which is, people I'm bringing in the top of the funnel are going to be people who are new to investing, and most of these people are very intimidated in a way to where it seems very mystified. It seems very difficult. I think the way that most people have been fed information about investing is that it's very difficult, but I believe that's not really that true. I believe that once you start to understand it, you realize it's very simple. It can be difficult if you want to take it to that level, but I think a lot of people are trying to jump into trading and more difficult concepts, but just got to start simple. So it's like more journals, mirrors, quiet rooms, stuff like that. And it's good to know that this image generator should be specific to the prompt should be specific to the actual image generators that I'm going to use. So it's not like I can create one image generator prompt and it's going to work the same with every single one, which I've been kind of doing that in the past, just trying them across different ones, and it makes sense why it works better on some than others. So welcome to the chat, Code Langston's. Self-investment education is a scam. Why do you say that? I don't believe that to be true at all. Use the ask before edit mode on Claude, otherwise it will do weird things. Interesting. What do you mean by weird things? And welcome to the chat, Mr. Enrique 2K. What is the advantage of coding in VS Code versus Claude Code itself? So, VS Code, I like the layout for one thing. I know with Claude Code, the layout's a little different. I like the layout, how it lists the files here. Also with Claude Code itself, it's limited to Claude Code. In here I also have Codex, and then I can add Gemini when I get to Gemini. Not only that, but I don't know how true this is, but I've done research, and multiple times that I've seen that I'm going to get better quality code working out of the terminal in an IDE like VS Code or Cursor than I'm going to get through the Claude Code app. And also, I've heard that it writes a little bit quicker. So this goes to like show what I was just saying. A lot of people basically, I think don't understand. It's really mystified, and I'm trying to demystify investment in investing. But this person's saying self-investment, so that's maybe a little bit different. Investing in yourself, I actually promote investing in yourself before investing, like what I'm talking about, investing in markets, investing in real estate, all those kind of different investments, because investing in yourself, you're going to get the biggest payback. So that's another thing, I think self-investment, that's more powerful than making your money grow. Because when you invest in yourself and you invest in becoming a better person and becoming smarter and becoming like health, strength, give thanks for health and strength every time over money. Life over money, money over war, every day. But basically what I'm saying is invest in yourself first, then go and invest in other things. Because you invest in yourself, then you're going to get that other money coming through. But I mean, I would say like take your money from the start. If you have very little, put like 90% of it into self-investment. But start with like 10%. Like even if that's like $1 or even $10 a week or something like that. Take like a half hour a week. Start learning this stuff, and you would be surprised. After a year or two, you'll get a lot better, like way better, and then you'll start having more money to invest. You know, the money you invested will grow. You can reinvest that money, the profits from that, is just start reinvesting it. And don't wait till you get a lot of money. Don't feel like you need to get a lot of money to start investing. That's not true. You get a lot of money and you start investing, then it's easier to lose it, because, you know, that's part of the game, is like, you're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna make beginner mistakes. So it's better if you start out from the start with, you know, just a little bit, because, you know, it's a lot easier to lose a couple dollars than it is to lose a couple hundred or a couple $1,000s. So yeah, just learn from what you do. So looking at the chat, when you were talking about ask before edit mode on Claude, it does not always get the logic right. It can mess up the architecture. That's interesting. I'm going to try that. Yeah, this project right here for the marketing dashboard is full stack Python, and the actual app itself is next.js, the Stackivate app. All right, so let's see. That is good to know. So what I want to do is I want you to create basically 2 prompt generators. And I want one of them to be for GPT Images 2.0. And I want the other one to be for ideogram. So just make sure for now that they, you know, that they match the actual post that is being used to create the so like this one is X post for number 18, observation 18. So the prompt should match the actual observation, the actual content that's created from that observation, and then give me 2 different prompts. Give me one of them labeled for ideogram and one of them labeled for GPT Images 2.0. And if there's any other questions you have, let me know. Otherwise, we can start building this. Thank you for that advice, using Claude for next.js. That's what I've been using. I mainly use Codex for audits. So the front end stuff, I used some Google Stitch, and I used some Claude Design. Just started using Claude Design. Got more to do with Claude Design. I've got the main pages and the main features. I just need to get more detailed with it. And the main app, Stackivate, the link is in the description on YouTube and on Twitch. Yes, definitely text on the image. One button, both prompts. Landscape size. There we go. Claude is all I need. Saying I don't need to use any other agent. That is true. Like, it's not necessary, but I do find that, especially for audits, when I use Codex, catches stuff that Claude does not catch from its own work. Because when I'm having Claude audit itself, it doesn't always catch everything that Codex catches. And Codex is making advancements, so I like kind of seeing, like, you know, how it gets better. 5.5 just came out, so I've been trying it out. I've been hearing some cool things about the front end UI stuff, especially with it. So, you know, just trying it out. But the main thing I'm doing is learning Claude as much as I can. Trying to like laser focus just on learning Claude right now. Just using, like, you know, Codex on the side. Once I feel like I have you know, probably another month or two, made a lot of progress. So another month or two, I think I'll be pretty much caught up with trying all the features. I got a list of features that I still have not implemented yet. And once I feel like I'm like pretty much caught up with everything with Claude, then I'm going to keep using Claude, but I'm going to start using more of Codex. Get better at Codex. Make the laser focus on Codex. You know, Claude will be like autopilot at the time. It's already kind of autopilot, but once I get to the point where I understand Codex really well, then I'll move on to Gemini. And who knows, maybe by that time there will be a better option or a new option to try, because what is the there's like, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but there's a site where it like lists the order of, you know, best rated agents, and that it changes pretty frequently. So welcome, Josh. Skills are key. I agree. I tend to build things out. Some stuff I'll start it with a skill, but other things I want to get it dialed in first. Like a lot of these prompts, you know, they start out, they're not so good. I don't want to create a skill from the start. But yeah, definitely getting these skills built in as I go. And that reminds me, I could probably, some of this stuff I could even get skills, get some skills right now that I haven't done. The actual, especially with investing, finance stuff, there's a lot of math and indicators that go into charts and stuff like that, and skills are major. Multiple reasons, not just that that it's usually more precise than having, like, there's libraries of skills that are already created for this stuff. Sometimes it's more precise than having Claude or another agent like write an actual skill for like the math for an indicator. But if I have like multiple of the same indicators across the project, then, you know, then that's going to be in the code multiple times. It bloats the code. I have one skill, it can just go and reference that one skill. So definitely skills are not necessary. I would agree. You could definitely build something without skill. Plain Claude is the way to go. Gemini, whatever, are not what people use in production. Everybody uses Opus for deployment projects. So like I was just saying though, I mean, I've definitely noticed, like, I could build something without the skill, but a lot of features that I have appear in multiple places across a project. So if I didn't build a skill for it, then I have to write the code, or I mean, I wouldn't be writing the code, but I have to get the code written in the same code in multiple places across the project, which causes bloat. And it's all about, you know, learning best dev practices and architecture, keeping everything lean and clean. Skills are just markdown files. You'll get prompt injected if you randomly install Claude skills from GitHub. And I mean, I guess, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. This is possible. Opus 4.7 is the best. That's what I think. I've tried Codex for building things, not so much 5.5 that much yet. Other people have told me the new 5.5, they think it's better than Claude, but I think the 4.7 is really good. Certain things about 4.7 when it first came out I didn't like so much. The main thing was like I would just like, building off my ideas before, but I noticed 4.7 Claude pushes back on things. And at first I didn't like that because I was like, I don't want Claude trying to tell me like, I don't think that's a good idea, you should do this. And I'm like, well, that's my idea, that's what I want to do. But now I'm starting to hear it out, and a lot of times it has saved me from making mistakes. But I think I've gotten better at having bigger ideas, especially like research and things I'm not 100% on, and I run them across multiple models, multiple agents, and usually get slightly different answers. And is any answer going to be the right answer? I think it's going to be, different for every project and every instance, but it helps a lot to get a variety. Alright, so this should be done. So let's see. I do not think I'm using Docker Compose. I think that might be new to me. Let me look that up. Somebody in the chat just asked me if I'm using Docker Compose with Claude, and I do not recall learning about that before. Can you explain to me what that is? Oh, I see. So they made an image generator for each different post. That's it. I was thinking, I had a different idea, but this is better than what I was thinking. Awesome. So, I'm going to read these real quick, see what I think the best one to test it. This is a good one. Generating image prompts. So I'm going to bring up ideogram first. And GPT. Not really like GPT 2.0. Ideogram used to be my favorite, but now I think GPT 2.0. So you're saying build with Docker to host your microservices as a single image on a server when you're going to deploy. Most modern way to move your app from your laptop to the real world without rewriting all your configuration files. Yeah, I'm definitely using that because when I start React, my database starts with the same command. And just have not moved it to the cloud yet, the main project. And right now this marketing dashboard is not on the cloud yet because it's not done, but once it's done, I'll put it on the cloud, get a database hooked up. I already got a database hooked up for the main app, Stackivate. Docker is containerization that makes the code operating system agnostic to run. Docker builds the entire infrastructure in the cloud automatically. That's right, okay. I remember this now. So, I was looking into going on to AWS. Man. It's that allergy time. So I was looking into starting with AWS, but then was advised to just start with like a Vercel. And then when I get it built out more past the MVP, then I'm gonna move to like an AWS. So what have I been building? Looks like Josh, you're on YouTube. So you can see in the YouTube description, I've got the link for Stackivate, or you can just Google Stackivate, like stack and activate the stack. It's for investment, education, know yourself, give thanks every time. Investing has helped me know myself. I believe investing is everyone will have their own style. It's not a one size fits all. Over time of investing, I've known myself better, certain traits. It's really like a mind, a lot like chess in a way. So nobody really plays the same. If you try to like just take on somebody else's style, it's not going to be the best results as if you just kind of develop your own style based on how you operate. So I believe investing, people know themselves better. When you know yourself better, that makes you a better investor. And it's just like a loop. So essentially what I'm working on, the main thing today, what I'm starting with is the dashboard. Got the marketing dashboard that I'm building out right now for the app. And getting it dialed in. This can basically, get the marketing better and better and give me new ideas and learn my target market better. You're building in Kinthar. I've not heard of that one yet. Autonomous procurement intelligence platform. You're all in on Tesla, no doubt. I wasn't, well, not all in, but I was going big on Tesla. I usually like even Warren Buffett says that has said that diversification is for people who don't really know what they're doing, or people who are not like advanced. And more over time, what I notice is like I like the way I like to invest is like individual stocks. As an entrepreneur, I feel like I understand business trends very well, and I've gotten better at this over the years. So usually what I find is like maybe for a couple months at a time, there'll be like one individual stock that I think is like a really good deal, more than all the rest. So usually that's like the majority of my investment goes into that one individual stock. And then, then it usually takes off and the price goes up, and then I go and I find another one. I do my research, I find the next one. But then over time, I become more and more diversified. But That's just my strategy, or one of my strategies. Yeah, I don't mind if you want to take Ritalin, that's up to you. And that's just not something that I do. I'm more on the coffee, and even that, like, I'm, give thanks for coffee, but at the same time, I try to take breaks, but it's really difficult for me. Learn the hard way not to try and quit coffee cold turkey, because after like a week of you gotta like maybe drink it every couple days, a little bit of caffeine. That caffeine is no joke, but at least I don't do other things, trying to keep it natural. So, but I'm not trying to judge anybody based on what they do. That's all up to you. And alright, so going back, getting some images. I'm gonna start with ideogram. It's awesome, it's got that copy already, so I don't have to like copy and paste it. Scroll over the whole thing. Alright, so I'll start with the first set of images, and I'll do GPT images at the same time. I do like how ideogram creates 4 images at a time. Alright, so let's see, how can I... I've got these images on a different browser that I don't have hooked up to the stream. So I'm just going to pick the best one, I think, for ideogram first. And the main reason that I like GPT Images 2.0 better now is because way less hallucination, especially with text. I'm looking at these 4 images. Only one of them does not have errors with the text, so that makes it easy to know which one to download. Okay, so I think where I can paste this image to for you guys to see. I'll just put it right into Claude Code, I think. Investing in stocks changes radically from country to country. That is true, but that's from what I understand. Like, you can, at least I know in America and like Canada and North America, you can invest in any country's stocks. So that's another like level of stocks. I mostly invest in American stocks because I just, consuming American companies. I like to invest in the companies that I use and that I believe in. So I don't really understand the same. I think Alibaba, that was really cheap, maybe like 2 years ago, something like that, and I got into some Alibaba, and that was a good decision. But I think that's probably the only foreign stock I own is Alibaba. All right, going back into VS Code. All right, so I'm gonna start with giving you the first image that I got from ideogram. I'm gonna paste the image here, and I'm also going to give you the post that it was created from, and let me know what you think. Basically, I'm trying to see if we can make it better than what it already is. It looks okay, but I feel like it could probably be better. You'll see. It's just basically like crumbled up piece of paper that has text on it. wonder if there's a way. Like, why can't I just, like, delete a bunch of stuff without having to do that? Wow, the ideogram actually turned out better in my opinion. Actually, no, way better. Can't even like read what was on the GPT. GPT is more realistic, but text is like actually worse for the first time that I've seen it for images 2.0. Good to have you in the chat, Code Langston's Entropy, and thank you for the luck, and same out to you with whatever you do. Definitely Docker, Postgres, SQL, Wall 2. Yeah, I'm always committing and pushing, doing audits. Definitely know about that, and thank you for checking in and everything you do. I hope you win. So, let's see. So Claude's looking at the image and then looking at the prompt, getting an idea of how to tune it. What's weak? Spelling. Definitely messed up on the spelling. I don't know if that because like the spelling I gave it was right, I think. Yeah, that's I'm going to try giving that same prompt back to GPT. Alright, so now I'll regenerate image prompts, project browser. I'm gonna try that in ideogram. See if it turns out better. Definitely gotta get ideogram on the browser with the stream, so. Okay, this is way better. But, those aren't the same thing. That's what it's saying. Like, the spelling, I don't know why I got better, but the spelling is, like, right on every single one of them now. Okay. Yeah, that's way better. I'll pick, like, the best one. Alright, so I definitely noticed an improvement. It looks way better, and the best thing is, like last time, ideogram created 4 images, and only one of them got the spelling almost right. And they usually was missing an L. That was the, actually, now that I'm looking at it, they usually was missing an L, and there were 2 O's and nobody. So there was more. So, but anyways, so I guess out of 4 images last time, all of them, the spelling was wrong. This time, I'm looking at 4 different images, and they all have the correct spelling. So I'm gonna paste here what I think is the best one, and then I'm gonna paste the prompt. GPT just created the exact same image with that exact same prompt. That's good to know. Whereas like if I give ideogram the same prompt, I'll have it generate an image, and I give it that same prompt again, it'll generate a different image. But GPT 2.0, it just generates the same image. So you gotta change the prompt. So what I'm about to try right now. Yeah, GPT image is doing really bad at this, so I'll get to that one next, but definitely making progress with the ideogram. All right, gonna try the new prompt. The main thing is just getting the spelling right now. Alright, so the spelling is still right, and I mean, the image looks a little bit better, I guess. I'll show you, but I think the improvements were like not that much. I think from here it's like not really this style of image, at least I think is dialed in pretty good. The main thing was getting the spelling right, so I'm gonna paste what I think is the best image from this batch for ideogram, and then we can go from there. I'm not even gonna paste the prompt. I refreshed it so it's the same post, but just like worded a little bit differently. And the main thing I think is, you know, I don't want all the posts to be the same style. So that's like the main thing I want to change now. And I don't know what you would propose for that. If there's like maybe a button first that I can like pick from different style of posts for each different prompt. But let me know what you think. But for handwritten notes, GPT Images 2.0 is doing really bad. So I need to tell it that after this. I'm in the process of testing the other posts right now, but while I'm doing that, the last post style, the handwritten like note post, I guess, I tried it multiple times on GPT Images 2.0, and it was just like something written down with like, it was like crossed out and scribbled over, so you couldn't read anything. So I think that particular post style does not work well for GPT Images 2.0. So I think for GPT Images 2.0, I'm guessing the best way to do that is just not include that style. I'm not sure what you think is the best way to do this, because we already like tuned that style in for that particular type of image, so I definitely want to keep that for the ideogram, but then just like, I guess for that one, do something different with Images 2.0. Switched over too soon, man. Alright, so the images for the handwritten note, we dialed it in, so it was really good for ideogram. But I tried it multiple times with GPT Images 2.0, and it was really bad. It was just like some text written down, it was scribbled out. I mean, like everything else looked good, but you couldn't read any of the text. No matter how many times I regenerated it, it was the same thing. So I think for that one, there's going to be like a different style for that particular post. But I want to keep that same style for that post for ideogram, but change it up to something else for GPT Images 2.0. This one with the laptop and the coffee looks better for Images 2.0. But not definitely not the handwritten note was really bad. Try this one on ideogram. Oh, that makes sense. Ideogram didn't drift. About 2.0. Okay, I see what the problem is. Ideogram did not drift. It still turned out good. GPD 2.0. You'll see it's not matching up with what this prompt is. The prompt says, I'm not even going to paste the whole prompt. Basically, the prompt says, like, someone with a piece of paper, like, crossing something out. And it just shows someone with their hand on a crumpled piece of paper, and it's a blank piece of paper. I think the problem is this type of post just does not seem to work with GPT 2.0. GPT 2.0 can come up with some really good designs, but just this style is not working here. So I think, like, maybe you didn't understand me last time. I want to keep the same style for this type of post with Ideogram, but because it's not working, just switch it up to, like, maybe something that's not realistic. I don't know, whatever you think is going to work best with GPT Images 2.0. Because as you'll see, it's just not working at all. So, we'll just go from there after I paste the image. That works way better. All right, so the new image is like it's better. It's usable, but it doesn't match up with the post so well, which you know, it's not that big of a deal for right now. I want to just keep building and not get too detailed into this stuff right now. So I will attach the image you just created with GPT 2.0, and let me know if you want to make like one last fix to it, and we'll see where we will go from there. Go ahead and tighten the system prompt based on that last image, and then I'll tell you what I want to work on next. So what I want to work on next is creating a post and image generator for TikTok. And I know some of these are going to be like short form videos, but also I want some of them to be posts. So I'm thinking let's just start with the post and then I'll do like videos later. And I want to know what you think about doing it in the same way right now that we're doing it for the X post, to where it's like the post generator is applied to each different observation, or even what's the other one? Capture. I just don't have any full captures yet. But basically, let me know what you think about, like, just to refresh my mind on why we're doing it this way. And that, you know, I think the main reasoning was we'll do it this way so we get a better idea of like how it works, and then later we'll generate it, we'll move it so it's like its own kind of like tab or feature, so you don't have to access it through the individual posts. Help me understand this better. Welcome back to the chat. I started too early today. I would say I wanted to try something new, start earlier, and just woke up super early today. Wish I would have got more sleep, but I just woke up and wanted to get back to work. Couldn't get back to sleep. I noticed my brain is a little bit slow from not getting a full night of sleep though, so it is what it is, you know. Just staying productive And good to have you back. So, you know, any questions, comments, always free to do that. And make sure you're hitting the like button too. The thumbs up would help a lot get this information out to more people. And right now I'm working on the marketing dashboard. Just did some image generator prompts for X posts and started getting them dialed in. Just now I want to go post them and then like find out which ones work better over time. Like maybe the next week or two I'll see which ones work better. So now I'm moving on to the next feature, which is the generator for TikTok posts. And this is a little bit different from X with the style and everything. So I will post some of that marketing content. I'll post all this marketing content over the next week, give feedback. And then go from there with tuning it in. How about you? I remember you were in Bangladesh. I'm guessing it's probably... I actually have no idea. What time is it over there? Is it like morning? Probably not morning, probably more like evening or nighttime. And what have you been working on? Anything new with vibe coding? Have you been starting any kind of project? Hopefully you've been at least getting some ideas for something new. Okay, it's 11 p.m. out there, so just getting late out there. Main thing, I feel like it's going to be a different audience at this time. I kind of wanted to see if I can reach some new people. Usually I've been going on later, but my brain seems to be more creative at night, what I'm finding. So that's probably something I should try to stick to every once in a while. Just come on at a different time when the idea strikes me too. So you're going to start after your exam. No doubt keep your mind focused on one thing at a time is best, I think. Just keep focused on that exam. Get that done. Plot and plan for when that's done, what you're going to do, and then just laser focus on that. Starting to get these channels kind of memorized on these music channels on Pretzel Rocks. I thought it made it seem like there's way more songs, but you know, it'll be like 200 songs on this one channel, but it seems to always like just play the same ones over and over again. And subscription will be done with this soon, so I can try something new. And check it out too. Claude made their own YouTube channel for Claude Music. I checked it out a little bit. I feel like they should do more channels for different like stations, different styles of music. But the one they have right now is for focus. Focus for vibe coding. Focus for coding and working. And it's interesting. It's not bad. But I like having the option of different stations. Also, I learned so GBT Image 2.0 is the way to go with a lot of different styles that I've tried. But then I tried a new style today that was like handwritten text, and it was awful at that. So I think realistic images that include text with GBT 2.0 are still have a long way to go. With ideogram, they were working pretty good, but then like more of like an animated, I wouldn't say animated is maybe the best word, but non-realistic images that include text with GPT 2.0 seem to be working better than ideogram. And I feel like ideogram used to be the best for text in the image. Right, looks like that's done. I'm gonna check it out. Do a screenshot to Claude on this one. I just attached a screenshot of what got generated from the same observation we were using before. Definitely more looking like TikTok style with the just the hooks. And what do you think? Do you think add some image generation prompts for these? I know for X usually like, is X usually like carousels? I guess I've only done like I don't know X too well. Let me know what you think. I think at least like for one of the images, at least include just like a regular you know, single image prompt. But let me know what you think. Now I'm building on image generators, or just the prompt first. So my reasoning is like I could, well, I will later have the actual images generated on the dashboard, but I think it's going to be a lot easier if I just have it generate the prompt right now, because that won't change. So it'll generate the prompt. I'll take the corresponding prompt, either ideogram or GPT 2.0, generate it myself, then do the tuning, and then when I feel like it's tuned in and I find out which ones are working better through actually publishing the marketing content, then I will incorporate the image generator into the actual project dashboard, so I don't have to go manually do it, and that'll save me an extra minute for each post. But hey, that all adds up. If I'm doing 3 posts a day on each platform, you know, that's maybe an hour a week per platform. And if I've got 5 different platforms, it's like 5 hours a week that I'm saving. And then I just find ways to, you know, save a minute here or there. And I do that 10 different ways. Each dashboard for each channel. It's like a full-time 40 hours a week right there. And then when I add the paid ads on top of that, you know, that'll be another 40 hours a week. So it all adds up. It's all about tracking your time, finding the tasks that take up the most time, creating systems, then having the code do it. Making sure I'm not sitting down all day, so I stand up and move around. Welcome to the chat, B3. Or maybe bet wise. That would make more sense. No Diddy. Alright, checking out the project browser. Try the GPT 2.0 ideogram. Welcome back to the chat, Code Langston. There you go. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I was kind of thinking you didn't really understand, because you were saying self-investment, and I was thinking like, no, this is you know, stocks, but definitely self-investment I believe in too. But no, that's cool that you understand it now. So definitely stock investment education is all about the free tier. And then I feel like once people get the everything they need to learn is I think, you know, this is more of a like demo. Like mainly there's just like courses and articles. This is like actually like tools that you can use. Like the time machine is my favorite, going back in time to do paper trading, and you can move just through a random year really quick to see how you do against the S&P 500. Most people think it's most beginners don't realize how difficult it is. Some people just do really well right away. So can use these different tools, get good quick, and then the paid tier is going to be taking it to the next level with coaching and journaling. But the main thing I wanted to make it the free tier, free for everybody, have like the best free tier for all encompassing, learn as quick as possible. So let's see. No, not like the self-learning books. I did used to write books, so I know what you're talking about, and I read a lot, so I understand that investing is I remember trying to read books on investing, and reading books about investing compared to actually just investing, doing it yourself and learning from doing it, you learn 100 times quicker than reading any book. So definitely good to hear you understand it better. Let's see, where was I at? The project browser, no, the code. All right, so we got the 2.0. Yeah, that's bad. That's just an envelope with a... Oh, I guess that does. Yeah, so that works. That's like... Looking at GPT 2.0 first. Definitely the is very realistic. Matches the prompt. It's just a envelope next to a cup of coffee. Seems to be cups of coffee and a lot of these random GBT images, like, I don't know, even... No, it does say coffee mug, okay. But anyways, you know, it looks good, so I'll paste that here. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to paste it because it looks like it's supposed to look. Ideogram. Two out of 4. Ideogram, 2 out of 4 as far as the text is right. So, I guess do what you did before to make the ideogram prompt better for the text. Because whatever you did before worked really well. How much money am I spending for all of them? Got the max plan for Claude. Got about 250 in credits that Claude gave me, so next month I'm going to downgrade and mainly just use those free credits. Using some APIs for the project, but for the most part, I'm just like generating stuff through Claude right now to get it dialed in. And then once it's dialed in, then I'll use the APIs with the project. And just paying like, I think, you know, got the regular $20 a month GPT. I believe ideograms like $10 or $15 a month. Main thing is Claude Max Plan, which I started out with the lower plan, but I would hit the limits. And I totally feel like, you know, Max Plan is totally worth it. Based on the cost it would be to hire a developer, or even like freelance per job is, I mean, going to be costing 100 times more at least. So other than that, I think, what other tools? The APIs I have in like the finance project for the free tier is like nothing. The paid tier probably cost me like, on average, looking like $2 to $5 a month per user. And right now, for just like I got the cost really low because it's just like, you know, just rolling it out with the MVP, and it's only $15 a month. And even there, I still feel like it's providing like 20 times that in value. So basically, you know, if I'm getting $15 a month per user and I'm using $2 to $5 a month per API cost per user, it's like $10 right now a user. Which API am I using? It's different for different features, so I'm not using the same API. I've got like, depending on what I'm using it for, I'll use different models. The main thing I think is the coach. The coach for the paid tier, I'm using the best model for Anthropic. I believe that one is, I think it might have been 4.6 when I set it up, and that reminds me I'd want to change it to 4.7. And A lot of other stuff is doesn't require that good of a model. So I'm also what you call it, keep forgetting the name of this, where it shows you like all the different different APIs for different agents, and it ranks them. But I want to use that for the future. I think I might be able to use that to save money, because I know they have like free stuff like each week or each month, and it changes. The only thing with that is I just have to stay on top of it to switch up the APIs, but for now that's not a big deal, because then I can like test out different APIs. And when I was first building the finance like apps that were just free, that I was just trying individual features, I tried like the main finance APIs. That was the other thing for the finance API. That's like $20 a month. And then there's like the database, I think is like $20 a month. So altogether, this project, the Stackivate, is costing me like about $50 a month to run. So I mean, that's another thing too, you know, if someone were to copy what I did and hook up all the same APIs, it's going to cost them like, you know, about $50 a month just to run it. Maybe a little bit less, but way cheaper just buying the subscription for the site. And when I was hitting the limit, that was Claude, back when I had just the pro plan, the like lowest plan you could get. So you're saying that you put, and thank you for being honest, like I would, you know, don't feel any way that I would be offended to any like advice that you have or anything like that. You put $20 in OpenAI API 5 months ago, still haven't finished it. OpenAI zeroes out your API usage. What does that mean, that it zeroes out the API usage? I don't really understand. If you don't hit the limit. So I do have OpenAI and an image generator API for personal brand marketing dashboard that I started building out. OpenAPI is like infinite inference token, because as long as you don't hit the limit, they zero out your usage every month. So what you're saying, you put in $20. As long as you don't use that whole $20 by the end of the month, then the next month it just recharges, so you start with $20 fresh again, I guess. And you're talking about APIs, like not the actual like the plan usage, because those are different, right? Like I know the GPT I'm paying is $20 a month, and I'm using that for Codex, and I've never hit the limit, even though I don't do much building, I just do audits. But like the GPT for the image generator, that's like through an API for OpenAI. And I mean, I think I've used like maybe $1 to $2 on that so far. So you are talking about not the subscription, but the LLM API token. That is interesting to know. I did not know that. If you put $20 in and you use 19, the next month you have a free $20 limit. Wow, I'm taking a note of that right now. How do you call it? Infinite inference token. Zeroes out API usage. Okay. Thank you for that information. Thank you for coming in tune to the station. And if you ever have any questions about business and marketing, I understand that a lot better than the code and the AI stuff. I'm still learning that, but you know, if you're working on any project, and you ever have any kind of marketing or business questions, I can definitely help you out there a lot. So we just got the prompt generator for the images for TikTok. I'm gonna see what they think would be next. All right, that looks better, and I'm not gonna get into too much detail with that right now. I want to keep building. Based on what you're seeing so far, I've got the X and I've got the TikTok. What do you think would be the next most valuable social media platform for creating content for this particular Stackivate project? So Anna is saying, if that were true, everyone's going to do that. I believe so. I'm definitely going to do it now. And, I mean, it sounds, you know, I don't know why he would make that up, but, or he or she, I guess, but, definitely going to try it out at least. I mean, not much to lose. You know, if I use it and it doesn't work, then I still got the usage out of it. You see I'm running multiple terminals. That's how you max out Claude. I'm just running this one terminal. I've only got one terminal open. The other one is the chat window. Chat window, I use Codex. Sometimes I use Claude in the chat window, but mostly Codex. And I also have Codex linked up with Claude. And I just run it for audits. But what I found is, if I'm doing an individual task, sometimes at the end of the prompt, I'll say, you know, run an audit on this through Claude and use Codex, and then that'll work fine. But if I'm doing a bigger audit, it's better to do it through Codex, because sometimes Claude freezes up if I try to have Claude do a big audit and use Codex. All right, LinkedIn makes sense. So it looks like LinkedIn, that would make sense that that's the next best one. I want to ask you some more questions, but that sounds to me like Caveman too. Writing too much in the prompts, that's good to know. And usually I'm doing my prompts in the LLM, or not my prompts, but usually I'm doing more research with the LLM, and then having the LLM help me craft the prompts to give to Claude. But for right now, I've actually had the issue of, since I got the max plan, I'm not hitting my limit. So right now that hasn't been a problem to where I'm doing like the best practices that I can to conserve tokens, like refreshing the context, making sure the architecture is clean and lean, using skills where I can instead of like, so I don't have to repeat the same code over and over. What else am I doing? I think those are the main things. So that when I do start building bigger things, I will be less likely to hit the limit, because I know it's all about, you know, it's way easier to learn good habits from the beginning than to try to unlearn bad habits later. And Caveman, I have not tried Caveman yet, but from what I understand, Caveman is going to it's going to conserve tokens and context, but also it gives me less less information on what it's doing. And I'm still reading this a lot to, you know, kind of like slowly learn code structure, and also have a better understanding of like how this all works and how it's all like putting everything together. So I definitely know of Caveman, and I'm going to start using it once I feel like I get to more of an autopilot mode on Claude Code, to where I know what it's doing and I'm not kind of still learning to the process. But I didn't know that Caveman shows me how to talk with Claude. That is good to know. I'm actually gonna look into that right now. Embedding models spend tokens a fraction of the LLM token usage. I'm not sure what embedding models. I gotta look that up too. And Anna's saying if you use 19 in the first month, you have $1 of credit remaining. So maybe, Anna, you're not really understanding. I think what he's saying is you would have $1. I think what Anna's saying is you'd have $1 remaining for the rest of that month. But I think what he's saying is that what Langston is saying is the next month, if you don't use that full 20, it'll refresh and you don't have to pay, because the API is not like a subscription where you pay each month. An API is like you load money into it, if I understand that correctly. Alright, so it looks like this is done. So I'm gonna go see to make sure I built it. So like this is an observation. Find the conversation that would have the best information for my target market audience for marketing based on what I'm looking for. I hit extract and it extracts the pain points, the quotes, feature implications, content hooks, tags, and then generate X post. Already built that, and that's just specific to this post. TikTok and now LinkedIn is what I just built. So now I'm testing out LinkedIn. And I think this is just going to be the text. And I don't think I want LinkedIn to be more of a copyright text. I don't think I have a copyright skill in here yet. So if it doesn't have that, then I'll know that's the next thing I'd probably want to build. So yes, API is based on credits. Embedding models turn JSON data into vector arrays. So vector arrays is like a database from what I understand. And that would make sense. The way it stores data. And I did not know that was cheaper for usage. That is good to know, because I know I am using vector for I did do a vector database for the previous marketing dashboard I started building, but I did not do one yet for this one. So that is good. Alright, this is definitely written in copywriting style. These look good. Probably make some of them a little bit longer form, but I think for right now this is good to just start it and get it testing. Definitely want to get an image on there. Let's see. So these are working. The LinkedIn posts look good, and the main thing I was looking for was, are they written in the copyright style? Because I know that works the best for me on LinkedIn so far. They do look like they're written in the copyright style. And I was wondering, is there a copyright skill in this project? From what I understand, having like an actual copywriting skill is better than like having the code write out copyright. I don't know if this is true. This is what I was told before. Let me know if there is a skill for copywriting, which is like, you know, the marketing style of writing. And then also your thoughts on if it's better than actually just programming the code to write it. So Anna's saying, if you buy $20 worth of API credit, in the first month you use 19, then the rest of your life you have $1 credit left until you use them. That doesn't work like monthly sub. Okay, maybe I was confused then. I thought Code was saying it zeroes out token usage for the API. So Anna's asking about AI agents. And that's what I was thinking too. Like, what specifically, Anna, what specifically are you wondering about AI agents? If you have like a specific use case, I think that you wanted to use an AI agent for, I think like I could even help you a little bit more there too. But then you would get definitely a better response to your question. So Claude thinks that humans only like 5% better for copywriting than they are. And that's probably true at like the first stage, but I think if you can get the copywriting skill better over time, which is what I'll do, then I think it would be pretty close, if not better, to use Claude. Let's see where I'm at for context. Not bad, 46%, getting close. Automating everything with an agent. I think that's what you're talking about, using an agent to automate everything. So I think really it probably would depend on what you're trying to automate, would be which agent would be better, but with a human personality. LangChain. I gotta look into that more. I remember hearing about that too. and TypeScript with that. But Anna, I think I could offer you some advice with the human personality. I would say that's kind of a skill that you can build into a project or an LLM. And you could, I would advise making it more, if you're doing, if you're trying to create a project, you'd probably want it in your personality. So you can train it to do your personality, have it quiz you based on whatever project you're working on until you want it to be like your personality, have it ask you questions and interview you. And it'll get your personality down better, and then it can start doing that. And I did notice, and even from talking to other people who have said that they've seen like the content that Claude or different LLMs generates for me is different for them. And what I think is going on is Claude's doing kind of like a marketing thing, like I'm talking about, where in marketing you want to try to use the same language as the target market that you're marketing to. So what I've noticed is Claude kind of picks up on the way that I talk and phrases that I use, and then over time it starts using those same phrases when it talks to me, so it can like relate to me better. And I did notice that LLMs in the past did not do this. Maybe like a year and a half, 2 years ago, when I first heavily started doing LLMs for like marketing content and stuff, it was just really one size fits all. And now as it's evolving, I definitely noticed that it's starting to use my own phrases when it talks to me. Also, if the automation requires periodic act, like sending an email every hour, you need to run a cron job to set a time interval on a loop. So a cron job is basically like telling the AI agent to do a certain task, usually like at a certain time. Say like, go check my email every day at 9 a.m. Give me a summary of all the new messages that I got. Something like that. How can you teach AI agents a new skill? So you'd start with telling it what you want it to do. And I think for you, what might help you is if you're already working on a project, tell your agent to look at the project you've been working on and see if it can find anywhere where it can create a skill based on what you've been doing that's going to make the project more efficient. And that'll, I think, help you get a good idea of like how skills work, because it'll explain to you like, okay, well, you've been, doing this thing this way, and maybe if you use the skill for it, it would be more efficient. And then you'll get a better idea of like where it makes sense to use skills and where it doesn't. You saw like with this, I was asking it about if it thought that doing a copywriting skill would be better. And it was saying right now, for where I'm at, that Claude is doing like a really good job, and if I were to do a skill for that, it'd probably only be like 5% better. And I'll still be like, working with the agent to make the copywriting better over time. And sometimes I think it's easier just to work with the agent until you get something dialed in to where you want it, and then have it create the skill instead of having it create a skill and then go back and make changes to the skill over time, if that makes sense. It is not healthy to talk to an AI like a human. Used to mess with uncensored roleplay. It's not good. It gets weird. Just don't do it for preserving your own mental health. I'm not 100% sure what you mean. I guess if you could get into more description. basically, what I was talking about was like, say you're making marketing content and you want it to be written more in your like brand style, the way you talk. But then there's that too, like I think maybe what you mean by talking to AI like a human is like talking to it like it's your friend, which I think AI is like, I try to use it just more as like an employee. So like I'll kind of talk to it like it's a human employee, but I realize over time that there's different nuances that you would definitely want to understand, that you get to know over time from talking to it. No, AI cannot replace a human. I don't know if you saw the ad campaign that in New York City, mainly in the subways, they were doing an ad campaign. Somebody created an app called Friend AI, and they were saying like, you know, this is your new friend. Like, you don't need friends, you can just talk to AI. And people's response to it was I was laughing. I thought it was hilarious. But seeing people who fall in love with AI, that would I mean, I guess that's probably going to be the future. That was that some movie before AI even was like big. Can't remember the name of it, but I only watched like maybe 10 minutes of it, and I thought it was super weird. And I guess there's worse things in the world to do than that, but that would be very unhealthy. I agree with that. I see how that's unhealthy. Humans operate better when they have actual human interactions. So, but I mean, using it for a tool, for business, for marketing, it's very valuable. But I agree, it's not healthy to use AI like a friend or someone to fall in love with. So from what I see, the LinkedIn posts are pretty good. I'm gonna paste one of the posts so you can see. It looks good to me. And if there's anything you think needs to be changed, let me know. So Anna, I would say take advantage. You know, if you have questions, most people are Langston's right. YouTube is not a good place for that. I have it so in the chat you can't post like links and stuff like that anyway, and it's not smart for anyone. So, and I would say you too, don't post your YouTube, or I mean your email address in the chat. I agree, that's pretty good, and those are not big deals right now. I think, you know, the main thing I want to do is not trying to tell people what exactly to invest in. That would be violating SEC regulations and other regulations, so just that you caught that is good. And I think the next thing to do is do an image generator prompts for these LinkedIn posts. So let me know what you think about that, and we can build that next. So Anna, I would say take advantage of talking to people here. You know, you can see if Code Langston has, you know, you can see their channel, see if they're doing videos, and you can comment on their videos. I think that's the best advice I got for you. Gotta be careful out there, Anna. I know you're just getting into this stuff and you got a lot of questions, but definitely with personal information, you don't want to be sharing that. I'm really careful that like the email I'm using for anything like only has anything that I'm building live only has very basic stuff, like just marketing stuff on it. Respect to Code Langston Entropy. Thank you for the subscription. I'm going to take a note right now for PGP. You'll send your public PGP key. Thank you for that. I'll look up PGP. Sounds familiar. Pretty good encryption. It was a PGE or PG. Oh, I wrote down PGP. But okay, that's good to know. Pretty good encryption. Oh, pretty good privacy. Okay. That is good to know. Image generators are there. And they're both different, customized, awesome. I'm not gonna go into those now. I want to move on to the next thing. Cleopatra with a K. So the image generator is working good, given 2 different prompts. Checked it out, it looks okay. Not gonna like get into changing these right now. I think based on the context of this conversation and that I've got 15 pending git changes in the source, that it'd be a good time to do an audit before I start up a new terminal for a new conversation, a new context for a new feature. And I'm going to use Codex for the audit. But I don't want you, I think this audit's going to be too big. Sometimes when I use Codex for a bigger audit like this through Claude, it freezes up. So I want you to write me a prompt to have Codex audit the particular things that we just did based on this conversation and this build, and also to go through the source for the Git and audit those things. So just give me that prompt and I'll give it to Codex in the chat. And if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Hit the thumbs up, like up the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady. And be ready, because you know it's all about abundance. It's all win-win. There's enough out here for all of us. We can all build our vision out, build our destiny. It's all about the business. We can do vibe coding, create tools, focus on providing value, and the money will come afterwards. Don't focus on the money. Put yourself where you want to be. Visualize it. Believe. Mindset is key. Build out your goals. It's a new era. I feel like this is the future of technology. This is the new trend. I'm going, betting, investing in myself into learning this. Feeling like it's the best skill I can implement into my business process right now. So, Langston never used voice to text with an agent. Seems practical. Didn't know Claude can do that. Definitely. And I can give you some good advice on that. Claude LLM has the built-in voice to text. Actually, so does GBT and Gemini. Gemini, I think, works the best. GBT and Claude, I think, are pretty bad because when you use their built-in one, especially Claude, it gives you like a different, I think, interface might be the right word. It talks back to you and it types out really slow. It doesn't give you the full context of what it's saying. It cuts you off a lot mid like thought. Whereas like Gemini, you click it, you talk, and then when you're done, you click it again, and then it ends. Claude just sometimes cuts you off and like start answering you. So that being said, the I know Windows and Mac both have their own built-in dictation. So like with Windows, it's like the Windows key and then the H key, and then it'll pop up and it'll dictate. Those work pretty good and those are free, but a lot of technical terms like GitHub, Vercel, just any other technical term, it does not pick up those very well, and it spells it wrong. So you'll be going back and doing some manual, you know, whatever you call it, like auto correcting or manually correcting the spelling of the words. That works fine, but if you want to take it to another level, what I'm using is what's it called? WhisperFlow. So WhisperFlow, most of those technical terms it gets right. Certain other terms, when you catch it getting it wrong, you can go and just update it easily so that it gets it right in the future. And from what it seems to me is like I could probably, now that I'm getting better at coding or vibe coding, I could vibe code my own WhisperFlow. So I think when my WhisperFlow subscription ends, I'm just going to try to vibe code my own auto dictation. Yes, Gemini is best for voice. I totally agree. Never use OpenClaw, same here. Mainly security. I was looking into Hermes. Still, Hermes has some security. Sounds like the security on Hermes is not as big of a risk as OpenClaw. And both of those I think are kind of overhyped. I've done a lot of research because I was looking at, you know, what originally got me into vibe coding was not creating apps. It was actually building business systems like marketing systems and CRMs and stuff like that. And most people were using OpenClaw at the time. And after doing more research, what I discovered was I could build these out myself with Claude, and they're going to be like a lot more secure for the main thing. Like the security issues are not going to be there that with OpenClaw, but even more important, they're going to be way more customized. And OpenClaw and Hermes definitely, like, you know, they can get better over time, but you can definitely make your projects better over time. It's just a little bit more manual. But I think where it's going with like where I see Hermes going as being like a little bit better than OpenClaw, I'm thinking in the future those things are just going to get better. But I think right now, for the time it takes to implement them and train them, it's still just like only a little bit better than what you could do with just a Claude project, manually tuning it in yourself to make it better. And when you trade off the security risk, I think I'm just waiting for those kind of agents to get better before I implement them into the projects. They're cool, but I don't think they're really there yet to where I would trust them. How are you able to use AI agents without them? Like that's what I'm doing right now. Like you can see me using Claude, and I'm not using OpenClaw or Hermes agent. Those are just different types of agents, basically. And you could build your own version of Hermes or OpenClaw. Once you got better, I feel like it'd be pretty complex, but you could do it. Alright, so, oh yeah, the prompt, that's what I was working on for the audit. So I just had Claude create a prompt that I can give to Codex to do an audit. So I've got Codex up in the window right here. This is a specific audit based on what I just did, those last few parts of the build. So I've been trying to help you, Anna, have a better idea of these agents, because I know you've asked me that in the past too. And I think you should be more specific on what you want to know about these agents, because I think the main reason you're not understanding this is you're just being too general. So like what maybe if you were to give a use case on what you were thinking about using an agent for, maybe that would, then we could be more specific in our explanations to help you understand this better. There you go, Anna. You got 2 free agents that you can try right there. No subscription. And then when you start to learn those and get better, if you want to build, you'll start to notice where they're not going to be as good as something like a Claude Code or a Codex. But that is a good starting point. So those are CLI. So VS Code is what I'm using for the it's called AE. Too many alphabets. AIE, that's it. Codex is another. Codex is basically like a fork of what I'm using, but Codex is you gotta pay a subscription, or no, sorry, not Codex, but Cursor. So many. So download that VS Code for free, Anna. Download VS Code. Get it for free. And then you can hook up your agent into the VS Code. Or even like some of them, like Claude, you can use, like it has its own app and stuff, but I prefer to use the VS Code. And I'm thinking about, Codex has made some improvements to try it again in the future. I keep switching up Cursor and Codex. So if you wanted to, Anna, you could, maybe this will help you understand better. If you wanted to, you could go on an LLM like ChatGPT, and you could tell it that you want to build something, and it will write you lines of code that you could copy and paste into a folder yourself, and it would even instruct you on where to do it. And then if you use the CLI interface through the, like what I'm doing with VS Code, you can just tell like Codex or Claude, like, go ahead and build this, and it'll write the code and put it in the file, and then you can have it like fix bugs and stuff. And that's where you're gonna find, like, writing the code is cool and everything, but then if you have a problem, if you don't know how to code, going to like find the problem and fix the bug is going to be very difficult. So that's where the it's going to come through. And you could even like copy it. If say you had code that had a bug or a problem, you could copy and paste it give it back to the LLM and be like, you know, I think there's a bug in here, and it could probably go and find it and then like help you, but that process is going to be like not as good and much more difficult to do. And I think it's these where you're confused, I think this is simpler than you understand it to be. So just go get the VS Code and then ask AI about using those free tools, the Claude Code and or Open Code CLI or Open Code, and then have it instruct you on how to use the CLI or like implement the CLI into VS Code for one of those, and just start with one and then try it out. Awesome, no bugs, but some inconsistencies. We got the music switch up because it started doing lyrics again. The chill EDM, trying this station out. All right. So you're not Anna, with the OpenClaw, Langston's not telling you to use OpenClaw. Claude Code and Open Code, that's not OpenClaw. That's something different. And that's right, you don't want to use OpenClaw anyway, especially if you're not even understanding the agents at this kind of level. So don't worry about OpenClaw being a part of what you're trying to do with Claude Code or Open Code. Probably just try one first. Start with Claude Code if you're looking for the free one. If you have the money for Codex or Claude, go ahead and feel free to try those. But that you're not going to be using OpenClaw. That's something that you would hook up. Like you would be like specifically like hooking up OpenClaw, and you don't want to do that. I've never heard that before. OpenClaw is almost malware, but that is a very good analogy, I think. And how are you supposed to turn an LLM into an agent? So I guess you're not really turning an LLM into an agent. So say like OpenAI has ChatGPT, and then it has Codex. ChatGPT is the LLM, and you're not turning ChatGPT into an agent by putting ChatGPT into VS Code. you're putting Codex into VS Code. Codex is the agent. ChatGPT is the LLM for OpenAI. OpenAI is the company or the business. Commit and push to GitHub, and for the commit, give a corresponding note on what was done in this commit. Welcome to the chat, Natsuki Subaru. Big up yourself every time. Respect. Welcome to the community. I don't remember you from before, so got a lot in store. Like if you haven't already, coming through with new information steady. Subscribe too. You already know what to do, and that's a good term I've never heard before. That put a smile on my face. That made me laugh. So the goal is to not make AI slop, and there's definitely a skill to it. It's a craft. So tune in, because you learn to win. And what slop am I building right about now? I'm building a marketing dashboard for an app, and I'll show you real quick. So I got web sourcing. I can tune it in to look for what kind of conversations I'm trying to find on the internet for my target market. Once I find the right conversations, I'm going to try to communicate with people, offer them value, and after I get a conversation going, then I can put it in capture. It'll extract certain marketing pain points, stuff like that. Observations is for like older conversations to where it wouldn't make sense to comment on. but it has a lot of good information. It extracts the put it in, it'll extract like pain points, quotes, features, and then I can create post ideas and image prompts for these post ideas for different platforms that are dialed into, you know, the different nuances for these different platforms. And just building out one feature at a time on here, building it out, making sure it's trying to make it better, and then going on to the next one. So, you know, one of the best ways I think to avoid slop is to have the foundation right. If you're building on a weak foundation, then everything else on top of it is going to be weaker and weaker. The stone that the builder refused will always be the head cornerstone. So you got that cornerstone right and solid, and then you build up another stone on top of it, and you get that solid, and then brick by brick. That is good. I'm actually going to do that right now. Thank you. Let me get dark mode on this. One last thing. Can you make this dashboard into dark mode? Thank you for the compliment, Natsuki Subaru. And basically, you know, this dashboard right here is customized for the app that I just launched the MVP for. But essentially, like, I could take this, when this is done, I could take this and customize it for almost any app. And I feel like I could, I have a lot of business and marketing experience, and I know there's a lot of people on here that are building apps and trying to build things, and I think I could offer a lot of value with finding a way to offer these marketing dashboards and other business systems for, you know, customized for apps or whatever a person's building. Alright, there we go. No more. That is much better. Thank you for that. There we go. Everything's looking good on dark mode with this. So let's see how much of the context I use in this conversation. %, and 60s where I usually don't want to go over. So that's couldn't have been better. So basically I'm gonna go to a new task and I'm gonna start up a new terminal so the context is fresh for the new task. Oh yeah, gotta do that first. So I want to build a feature for this marketing dashboard that can basically give me information on other similar sites or businesses or projects and new features that they're coming out with for financial education that would be like similar to, like, you know, what would work for this project, I guess, or maybe even like just in general. Let's start in general and then I can tune it in later. And I do have Exa. I'm thinking Exa would probably be the best thing to do. I'm not sure really how to build this, so I'll take your opinion. Let me know if you think Exa is best. Let me know what sources do you think would be best. If it would be like actual companies to scan their sites, if it would be, you know, like newsletters or like just anywhere on the internet in particular you think it would be good. Let me know. Help me plan this out. Okay, so I just have a few questions first. I think what you're saying is to manually find these sources, find the ones I like, and then let you know, and then I could like build another tab or like a button on this dashboard where it could search those like maybe once a week, and then give me like a summary of any new features in this niche. Is that kind of the basics of what you're saying? That is awesome. I'm glad that you're making progress and you're learning, Anna. And it's good to have you here, and I'm excited to see what you end up building. And welcome back, Shaz. You personally suggest Google ecosystem. That's awesome. I will ask I'll ask Claude about that. Welcome back, Jake. It's going good. How you doing? I understand this better now. So also somebody from the chat recommended that I use the Google ecosystem. Can you explain that and how that would help? That is good to know. I do want you to write that up, but first, can you let me know? You know, you're saying there's going to be more source files. Is that like a lot more? Is that going to make it slower? Is this like something I might want to find, you know, like a better way to store this stuff? I was planning on after I get this marketing dashboard done, like you know, version 1 or version 2, to hook it up to a database, and then like that'll connect with the project database, and then other dashboards I build the databases with those. So if that's the case, it sounds like maybe right now it's not something I need to consider. Kind of help me understand this better. For real, I've not used Google that much since AI. But you know a dev at Continental Automotive Systems. I'm not even sure what that is. Car manufacturer, automotive manufacturer, it sounds like. But where do you feel like the skill is in knowing how to define your needs properly to Google? So like give me an example. Say like right now I'm looking for new features in finance, in AI finance. Like new uses. What are people using finance and AI for? So and Jake, this is kind of what I'm not 100%. This sounds like something new to me. I'm asking Claude about it, but I'm just trying to understand this a little bit better myself. I think one last question before you draft that list. Basically, this is going to be like a new button on the main dashboard, right? It's not going to be a part of web sourcing. It's going to be like a new separate button. Is that correct? So maybe I think Shaz, I think maybe you're thinking of trading and you're talking about like competing against the bots from those servers. But I'm talking about investing. So that's like more of a longer term. A lot of people are still investing. A lot of people I think are actually, from the research I've done, there's a lot more people starting to get into investing now than in the past like 20 years. They're just very confused. Mostly they're making guesses on what to invest in. $500 million people living off partial universal basic income system being paid by Google, Facebook. Oh, I did not know this. How do I get paid by Shaz? How can I get paid by Google, Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram? Always wanted to know how to tap into that UBI. I didn't know it was at least in America. My taxes keep going up and cost of living is going up massive, so that would definitely be helpful. So you think the best investment today is investing in the home and living space? I think it's investing in yourself, in education, in skills. But then I would say, let's say living space is a good one too. But you know, I believe investing in your home is still you know, that still takes education, because you know, if you invest in the wrong thing, if you invest, well, I wouldn't say the wrong thing, but if you do some, if you have some education based on like how to invest in your living space or your home, then you can get a way better return on what you're investing in. And I think that goes to anything really. You know, real estate, buying a home in general, in real estate is going to be way more return on investment if you know what you're doing than if you know, just buy something randomly. I don't understand what you mean even by thirst for spyware. Are you talking about like how Google, Facebook, and TikTok and those sites take our information when we use them? Because I know they're selling our info, but from what I understand, we're not. I don't know how to get a cut of that. Definitely investing in like land, independence. That's what I'm saying. Like I invest in like my time. You know, I would much rather use money to buy time than to buy material things, especially like liabilities, to where like if you buy something and it's gonna depreciate over time. I would much rather hold off on material things and invest in assets and companies that I think are going to grow over time, so that I can spend my time, have more freedom. If I'm shorting Google, you're all for that. Well, I'm definitely not buying Google. I bought Google in the past, and right now I think all those main stocks, the big ones like Google and Amazon and all those guys, I think those are overbought. Personally, I'm not buying those. I don't really short stocks though. Um, Vibe farmer, no doubt. I think what do you like to farm, Jake? What do you think is the what kind of farm you're talking about? Like, I guess everything. You ever heard of this guy Joel Salatin? He always talks about, what's this certain kind of farming that he talks about is can't remember the name of farming, but it's like sustainable to where you don't need to use any kind of like chemicals or fertilizers. It's like first you get like pigs, and then the pigs, like, you know, you just let them go in an area and they dig up the ground and eat the roots, and then you bring in like the chickens, and then they pick out all the bugs, and then you bring in the cows, and then you let the grass grow, and then you bring in the cows, and then the cows like fertilize the ground, and it's like a whole process to it. Something farming. No doubt. Google. I'm gonna look at the Google chart real quick. GOOG. So over the past year, Google's gone up $242. So like maybe 50% about. Maybe a little more. Could keep going up. I would say Google looks kind of like FOMO right now, but I don't think Google is going out of business anytime soon. I don't think Google is like risky in that sense. Okay, so back to the build. Yes, that's what I wanted. So now draft the seed list. Definitely, that's pretty rare for a stock to go up like 50% over a year, especially for a bigger one like that. So you know, buy low, sell high. Price is looking kind of high right now to me. Definitely, I 100% agree with you. Google will not go out of business in our lifetime, or even probably the next century. They got way too much money stored up. Cash flow is king. Cash is king. But I know you guys, or one of you guys mentioned Nike, I think. I've been buying a good amount of Nike over the past kind of like maybe 2 years. So like you look at Google, it's gone up a ton. Check out Nike stock. NKE. Nike has gone down about 50% since June. It was about $80 in July. Now it's like 44. But over the last 5 years, Nike was about $175 back in November 2021. And it's just been going down since then. Nike's around the same price it was back in like 2014, 2015. And I don't think Nike's going anywhere. Nike's got so much money. and I programmed some tools that look at what major CEOs are buying. And a couple of these big CEOs have been putting millions of dollars into Nike recently. And if you're storing your money cash in the bank, it's just losing value from inflation. Even if you've got like 5%, where you're making, if you got high yield savings account, so you're making like 5%, inflation's about that anyway, so kind of just like breaking even. Definitely Apple's pretty high up too. I think like, a company like Apple, I think it's going to be interesting how Apple is adapting. I've heard a lot about I want to get one of the Solana phones and start building apps on Solana. They take like 1% of a cut per sale on your app, whereas like Apple Store takes like 30%. And I mean, Apple Store, like, I'd be really surprised if they were able to double their value as a company. I don't know that price for Apple could go too much up. And it's too bad about all this war and hate in the world right now. And I agree, it has definitely gotten worse. I don't even want to say that man's name. I try to avoid hearing about that as much as I can. If I didn't have friends and family in America, I don't think I would be here right now. Google has their own AI processing CPU, so they have an edge. Definitely, NVIDIA seems like they're starting to do a lot of interesting things with AI. I think NVIDIA was even like working on, or maybe even like released like a competitor for OpenClaw. Apple could double. This is true. I heard Apple was just like their CEO. He resigned or something, and they're bringing on a new CEO. So that usually means new strategy. I'm actually gonna look that up right now. Actually, we're just talking about Apple in the chat. I think I heard that Apple's CEO is resigning, and there's a new CEO coming on. If this is true, could you give me a quick summary about that and like maybe what the new CEO's strategy is supposed to be for like where Apple's going to be going in the future? Especially with AI. Tim Cook is stepping down. He isn't leaving the company. He's going to be executive chairman of the board, so he'll still be on the board. John Turnus. He's been the Apple Senior VP of Hardware Engineering. So they think he's all about hardware, so that's going to be like product first, new products. iPhone Ultra. Apple's first foldable. What? So just basically like new. I was thinking more like new products, not just like. I mean, they already have the iPhone and the MacBook. I want to see him come out with a new product. That is what Steve Jobs was all about. That's why I think Apple was like so successful. Privacy first AI, interesting. Moving away from cloud-based AI, focusing on running massive models directly on Apple's custom silicon. Stock buybacks and high dividends, that definitely, they'll be on the board, so he's all about like making the stock price go up. So that's what I was just thinking, like this new guy, he's trying to keep the money machine running while injecting more of Steve Jobs' original obsession with the product back in the culture. Definitely AI powered chips, I think, is really what's been responsible for a lot of the gains in tech companies recently in the past couple of years, mainly Nvidia. So you once made a agentic chatbot in the early days of AI. Fetches the current stock data and some other things. Yahoo Finance API, I tried that one out. That one's free, but it's definitely like breaks easily. I've tried the main APIs for finance, and I would advise not to use Yahoo. It breaks easily. It's not that good. Most of the finance APIs have free tiers. Some of them are definitely better than others depending on what you're using them for. And the free tiers are mostly like limited to how many calls you can get per day. But if it's a personal project, then it's not that big of a deal. If you're doing like a paid project, you could do like caching, something like that. Alright, let's try out this new source, or this new feature. What was an idea? Is this right? Radar. Whoa, that's a ton. I think that's too much. Oh, it just takes me... I don't want to read the whole articles. Okay. Some of them repeat. Wow, that's a lot. I just checked it out, and a few things that I noticed are some of these repeat. Also, there's stuff in here about trading. I don't want anything about trading. And it's giving me the link, but it's only like giving, it looks like it's giving like a very quick, like a couple sentences that come from like the beginning of the article that they're finding. And I was looking more for like a summary, so I don't have to read the whole article. So I guess these are a few changes. I don't know if we'd make all the changes at once, but the main thing I'm kind of thinking about is like for doing the summary part, instead of like still probably have the link too, but getting a better summary. You know, what's that going to cost with like the API? Because like I know this is like free for EXA for you know, a certain amount of searches, and this is definitely to a lot of searches. So I guess that's a lot of stuff. Just go over that stuff first. So, Code, Langston, what niche do you like? What's your favorite niche to build for the software projects that you do? I always like to hear about like the kind of things other people are building. Oh, that's awesome. So if I do 100 summaries, it's only going to be like 3 cents. Okay. I like both your suggestions for 1 and 2. Um, B for the recommendation. That's way cheaper than I thought it would be. And definitely I want the summary to be like, what is the actual feature? Um, just make it as short and to the point as possible on what the feature is, and then I can like just click the link to read more about it if I want to. So I guess yeah, get started with number 1. And you know, I was thinking like this is kind of a long list, but we can fix that part later. I think let's just do what you got for right now. Encryption, AI pipelines, agentic systems. Okay. Definitely, I think agentic systems is the most interesting to me. What I would want to learn more about. AI pipelines is cool too. Encryption. One of my friends is into that pretty heavy. I know it's super important for like security and stuff. Definitely like the only place I'm really using it right now is database stuff for my project. That's super interesting though. I feel like there's a good future in that, and making it free, open source. That's really cool. I wonder, how do you market that stuff? Like, are you really like, is it just like you put it on GitHub and then hope that people find it there? Because I'm guessing like you don't really, like, people who do the free open source stuff, from what I understand. I don't know too much about it, but they just like throw it on GitHub, and then if it's popular, then like it gets a lot of stars and more people see it. That's interesting that you've noticed a difference with coders being more open-minded in the past, and I've seen a mix. I've had a lot of people give me a lot of good advice without even asking. Like you guys right now, like I really appreciate it. You know, I'm giving thanks every time when people in the chat are coming through with good info. It helps me a ton, and I always try to give it back any way I can with mainly like business and marketing stuff. Information, but so you don't like the GitHub? That's what I'm trying to figure that out too. Like, what some people are saying, like, you know, it's better that I put everything like on GitHub with open source, and then other people are telling me like, don't do that. It's like really bad now with security. Like everyone's trying to like break in through GitHub, and I'm just trying to like understand that better. And then it's gonna be interesting to see where the future's going with. Some people are saying like all SaaS in the future is gonna be like free. And I feel like in one way that's true, because anyone could just build their own. But I know for like what I'm doing, like the way it works right now, you would have to pay like if someone were to build this project that I'm like charging for like $15 a month for the pro tier, they would be paying more than that just for like the monthly API cost. Alright, so I'll go back to the project to see how it worked for the new. It gave me 144 too. before we do part two, I'm gonna paste the new results, and I definitely noticed like it got rid of the noise. Like that looks pretty good, but it's still repeating a lot of the same topics over and over. And it doesn't look like it's repeating the same articles over and over. But maybe I'm thinking for now, uh, this is still a lot of results. I don't know, like, would it be better for usage for the EXA API to bring the results down by finding some way to, like, maybe only having like two of the same topic or something like that, and then have less results so that I could, because I'm also going to be using it to, like, source for other purposes on this dashboard. Let me know what you think. I'll paste the results. Also, I was thinking something about, like, if instead of like listing all the multiple articles that have the same topic, maybe like showing a topic once and then giving a summary of the different articles, and then you can just like click that and it'll show the links for the different articles. I don't know, let me know what you think. You can rent 10 gigs of cloud space in Google Azure, I think you say is how you pronounce it, and spawn your own Git there if you truly don't trust normal Git. Interesting. That is true. You can just force push your backups from just your like files. That's a good way to look at it. I think people were just like making that sound like more of a like risk than it actually is, like more of a bigger deal than it actually is. Seems like a lot of increases in people looking into how to get student loans. So that gives me an idea for like this investment project. I could do some kind of like student loan calculator, something like that, to have people like get a better idea of like, you know, what it's like to actually pay back a student loan, because I know like a lot of people don't really know what they're getting into. So I think that would be offer a lot of value to people. Give people more realistic understanding of the cost with that. That's interesting. I've never heard people really say that they think Windows 11 is a very bad OS. But good security. I've heard that Apple is better for security than Windows, but not by much. I've never really had issues though. I think the main thing I've heard, as long as you're not going to like, you know, clicking on random stuff, like as long as you're staying on like legit sites, you're pretty good for the most part. There we go. Hey Droppy, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Respect every time. Feel free to let us know what's on your mind. And I don't think I remember you from before, so good to have you here. Having a discussion on the, I don't think you can see the YouTube chat stuff. I think there's a way I can implement that so like YouTube chat can see the Twitch and the Twitch can see the YouTube, but definitely having a good conversation right now on the YouTube side with tech and kind of like the future, where it's going, and some interesting stuff about Microsoft. So basically, before that list was like, this is way better. There's like 100 different things. Now it's basically on by the source. I like this version a lot better. That is awesome. Okay. Hold off on the same grouping for radar right now. For the summaries, now that this is arranged better, like I like this new arrangement better, where it's like the drop down. What do you think about, do you think it'd be better maybe to do like a summary of Project is going good. Working on the marketing dashboard right now. Doing a feature. Did some features before with working on image prompts and brand voice for different social marketing posts, and now working on an idea like scanning the internet to find what is the new trends, what are the new features that are coming out in this niche. Alright, so I really like this new update where it's got the drop down, and I'm thinking skip the same grouping for radar right now. That's fine. I will maybe do that later. For right now, I want to stay focused on this. So for pass 2, the summaries, I noticed some of these, like, they're not about actually features, and I'm just looking for summaries on, like, what are the new features. So, I'm wondering, what do you think about doing for each dropdown? There could be a summary that's just gonna, like, be super brief about, like, what the new features are. So then I would know, like, what I want to look into more. Just make it, like, easier for me to, like, skim read this instead of having to, like, read each different summary of each different article. Let me know what you think. That's good to see with you're doing marketing stuff for your SaaS. Do you have a background in marketing? And are you building a dashboard kind of similar like this? I've been studying marketing for many years, so you're a dev. Okay, well, you're in the right spot. So I'm new to, like, dev stuff. I'm new to vibe coding and agentic orchestration, but I have a long background in marketing and business. So any questions you got about marketing and business, definitely let me know. And it's good to have you here. So, you know, we all got different skills, and building out the community, it's all unity and collaboration. So you're in tune to the right station every time. I'll go show you the kind of the overall dashboard so far, what I got, the way this is kind of flowing. There's sourcing. Right now it's just looking at Reddit, getting conversations. The older ones I'm just logging in observations. And I get a conversation. I can hit extract, and it's automatically finding, like, the segment guess, like which kind of, like, niche segment of my target market it is. The pain points that they have from the specific conversation, any notable quotes. For marketing, it's very good to use, like, use your target market that you're marketing to. You want to use their exact words when you're describing stuff. Feature implications, essentially, like, how I could implement what their pain points are and what they're talking about into new features for my project. Content hooks, tags, stuff like that for, like, social media posts. Capture is, like, where I'm actually, like, conversating with people, and then I can post those, like, actual conversations about people using my my app in this case, or my website. Then the web sourcing is finding conversations, and I can tune it into, like, the exact kind of conversations I want to find, so I get, like, a wider range of information. Radar, what I'm just building right now, tracking competitors, finding out new features they're building, just, like, kind of like being on, like, the cutting edge of what's new. Product ideas is a big one. This is going over the observations and finding patterns to recommend new features. And I'm building the right now, the different social ideas for post are based on like the individual observations. So like I can click an observation and then I can have it give me the post ideas based on this particular like observation. And then over time when I'm pasting, when I'm making the social media post, I'll get more analytics data that I can wire into here, and then it will give me better idea of what's working, and then I'll make like my own tabs or buttons for like the different channels once those get dialed in better, and then I'll just keep building on from there. So for sharing your landing page, you can't post links, or maybe I haven't hooked it up yet for Twitch. I know for YouTube I made it so you can't post the links, but if you want to, you can say the name of it, and then if it's on Google, then I can go and check it out on Google. So you're working with social to reach users. That's awesome. Auto simple. And then if you want, give some kind of like background advice on what the what that link is for. What does your SaaS do? Like, what is the main problem or pain point that it solves, and what is the actual like the main benefit or transformation that it would give somebody by using it. So that looks good with the summary, but I'm going to show you a screenshot that it's really difficult to read because it's like white text on a white background. So if you can just like not even have any kind of like white background and keep it in dark mode. White text is fine on dark mode, but you'll see from the screenshot. So it's for couples getting married. It makes it easy to create digital invitations, invite users, send massive WhatsApp messages. That's interesting. I know that's a big market. And thank you. I was just reading that code Langton's. I'm gonna charge people on this platform. So there's a free tier and a paid tier. So a lot of the stuff is just gonna be free. I think most of it's free, but I need to make sure isolate billing and logging related services on production deployment. So I think like I'm using Stripe. I think those are handled through Stripe if I'm not wrong. But I'm gonna look that up right now on Gemini. So I just got some good advice from somebody in the chat. They were saying that for charging people for my investment education paid tier, that I should make sure isolate billing and logging related services on production deployment. So I'm not sure what these are exactly, but I think that these things are both handled under Stripe. I'm using Stripe. Do you know, is that true? Can you explain kind of a brief summary of what these are and let me know, is this something that's covered through Stripe? All right, so that's awesome. This looks a lot better. And now that I'm reading this, I do notice one thing, that there is a lot of information about trading stuff. And I only want to know about investing. So if it's possible, can you make it so it filters out the trading stuff and only focuses on investing? So back to the chat. Let's see. So you're saying the wedding app that you're building or project is all in one place. You have reports for catering, unique codes for each guest. So this is like helping people really like organize everything. I bet you I could see a lot of value with that. Definitely, definitely I know people pay a ton of money for that stuff too. That's like a highly profitable niche for sure, from what I understand. And then you're just saying like separate billing server than a login server. So I'll go back to what the LLM was saying. So the billing is with the Stripe, but internal logs need to be behind a firewall or VPN. Okay, that's good to know. So basically, it sounds like the Stripe is taking care of the main part, but like I should have a separate log service so the crash in the UI never affects the user's paid status. And I do remember doing security for that particularly, but I think that was under my database. Let me see what you were saying also. Internal logs need to be behind a firewall and VPN. Okay, so I do have Stripe. Also, this is not like exchange where people keep money on. It would just be like you know, like a paid monthly like or yearly service. But in the chat they're saying internal logs need to be behind a firewall and VPN. So like from what I understand, all the internal logs should be on my database, which from what I understand it has the what is it called? The SQL, something like that. Let me know if I'm understanding this correctly. Okay, so right now your app is for just for Uruguay, and then you'll expand this to Latin America. And I mean, it sounds like that would be something that, you know, you just need to change the language, and then that would be very valuable in North America too, U.S. and Canada, or really like probably Europe, the whole world, I guess. Definitely did have a Discord server. I turned it off because so many people were posting like scam links, and then I tried to like fix it so they couldn't do it, and then they just like started posting images of scans, and then it just got out of control. So I had to I didn't have to, but I decided for now I just turn it off because the majority of the people on there were doing that. So I'm gonna set up a new channel for this on Discord and make sure I got my security on it right, so that this time that people can't do either of those things. I mean, it was annoying to have to like figure out how, like what was going on with that, but it taught me a lot about security, and now, you know, I'll learn how to like make it more secure this time, so people can't post anything like that. And PostgreSQL, that's what I was thinking. And then just ban the trolls, definitely. Just find them one at a time. And that was, I hadn't used, I've only used, and I keep forgetting the name of that. Discord. I'd only used it a couple times before, so I didn't know much about it, but now I understand it better. I want to get the channel better. I didn't set it up very good from the start. But definitely thanks for that. I will. I know I have a link on there in the description, and I have to change that, and hopefully I can get to that this weekend. And I did do webhooks, I know that, so sounds like I'm good with this, but I'm going to take another note to definitely check that out. And I should get Slack too, so I'm going to, let's see. Firewall for internal logs, Slack, and Discord. Idea to reward involvement on Slack. Linux forums, awesome. I don't even need to write that, I'll just say. Alright, so I just got some good ideas from the chat. They were talking about go on Slack. There could be like some devs on there that I could get good information from. So also they were saying hang out in some Linux forums. People on there are helpful and friendly. Find a way to maybe like reward people for involvement. So I guess any advice or helpful hints you have on that, let me know. All right, so back to the code. More water. So yes, it is the paid tier is the money part, but I'm what I'm doing is I'm building out the my goal is to build out the biggest free tier. So like I'm seeing a lot of things people are selling, like individual features in investment education, and I feel like I've built some of those stuff that are really easy to build and I can just give them away for free. So I want to give away like the biggest like free mostly tools, not just like articles for investment education, so people can like learn in real time and learn quick. And then I think they'll like that's kind of like the funnel. People come in through the free tier, and then once they get better and get value, then they'll understand the value of the paid tier, which I was mainly inspired because it's got real-time paper trading, which is basically like it's not trading, that's just the term, it's investing in real time. And then each time you make a buy or a sell, then it has you fill out like some journal stuff. So it's like automatic to where it's like you just answer a few simple questions. It probably takes you like 1 or 2 extra minutes each time you do a buy or sell, and it automatically logs the journal entry. Because I've had the most difficult time just like organizing all the journaling I do with investing, and sometimes I just forget to make the entries, and then the coaching works with the journaling. So basically investing is like I'm saying, it's like not, I don't believe it's like a one size fits all. The more you get better at investing, it teaches you about yourself. And I'm more focused on like the mentality, like the mindset stuff behind it, so that it'll pick up on things. The AI coach will pick up on things over the more like, journal entries that you log. It'll pick up on like patterns and stuff like that. So it can help coach you and make you aware of stuff that, would be really difficult for it to pick up on. Maybe like it'd be easier if someone else with like an outside view looked at your journal over time and they could be like, oh, I'm seeing you're doing this. But like me, myself, like it's harder to pick up on certain things because I'm the one that's doing them. So the AI coach can pick up on that. And then I want to build out an API so that you could like just transfer this journaling and coaching to like any exchange where people are actually like buying and selling in real time. But like I don't have an exchange right now, maybe in the like far future, but to do like a fintech project that you actually are an exchange to where you're like holding people's money and they can buy and sell on the app, there's like $50,000 SEC registration fees, and security has to be on a higher level that I'm comfortable with. So that would be something like, hopefully I build this out to be the best possible financial education platform. And over time it gets a lot of users, and then maybe that would be something in the future. Definitely, it is difficult to get investment education. From the research I did, the market research, most stuff is around trading. Most people are. A lot of the trading stuff I think is kind of hyped up to make it sound easier than it actually is. Majority of traders lose. Trading is very difficult. I do it sometimes just for fun over the years, and I'm just starting to kind of get good, but it's very difficult, and it takes a lot of perseverance. Mostly investing. People want to get into investing. Most of the stuff out there is by the major banks, and their goal is really like they make more like commission off when people are like buying and selling stuff. So like trading works better for them. Investing is like kind of the same, like one size fits all from what I've seen. And there's a real like blue ocean. So if you guys know about business, there's like basically kind of like two strategies. There's blue ocean and red ocean. Red ocean, they're talking about like, you know, it's full of sharks all like, you know, eating all the fish. So like, you know, there's like tons of competition basically. And you want to find markets that are like blue ocean strategy, to where like it's clear, like there's, you know, you want to find your niche where like there's the blue ocean strategy. So in the niche of finance, really investing is like the blue ocean strategy, and investing education where it's like not one size fits all. So that's what I'm doing. And you can see the InvestaPath right now, or not InvestaPath, but Stackivate. I think the coolest feature is the time machine, where you can get like a year's worth of like investing experience, see how you do against the S&P 500 from a random year, and it can take you anywhere from like, you know, 2 to 15 minutes, however much effort you want to put into it. And I mean, you just do that over and over again, and essentially you just keep getting better with the other investment information that you can learn from. So I think that I found something that's really awesome, and I'm just going to keep making it better and keep marketing it. And over time, hopefully it works out. But either way, learning a ton about building and creating marketing and business systems, and just keep on building. All right, so this is done for the regenerate the FinTech onboarding summary. How many likes are there already? I think you mean like the likes in YouTube. I don't have that screen open right now. But just at 4 minutes, or I mean 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds just passed by. That's about all I can see is the time and the average view time, and how many people are watching. But I don't see the likes until it's over. I could go check it, but that would be like take a lot more time, and I try not to even like pay attention to that anyway too much. I just try to like just watching the chat, and then like building and doing research is like that's a lot right there. But definitely thanks for reminding me about that. I would say if you're just tuning in, if you haven't already, go ahead and hit that like button, the thumbs up. That'll help to get this channel out to more people, so I can provide more value, build up the community, and subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady, so that you're ready when the next channel or the next video drops. Aren't there already digital investment pools of all sorts? Yes. Definitely 4:33:33. Sometimes I like when I look at the time, and it'll be like, you know, like 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds, and it just like catches my eye sometimes. But how many investment apps are there already? There's a ton. There's definitely a lot, but I want to make the best. I want to make at least for the free tier. I think another big problem is there's a lot of paid ones, and one of the things from studying business so long and talking to a lot of successful business people is when I ask them why they think they've rose above their competition and been better, you know, the best in their industry, a lot of them have said that they think it's because they give away more for free than everybody else. So what I'm doing is trying to do that strategy, is offering like the biggest library of free education, and then really high value, just even like I was saying with the paid tier, like it requires APIs. So like just what I'm paying on the API per month would be like, I think like $30 a month just for the API. So I'm charging less than that for the subscription for the paid tier. So if someone were to like build themselves what I was doing, they'd have to pay more, like double what I'm charging. And because I have like a, what you call it, such a like the API costs are down for like the coaching and stuff, but also too, like I can't with the SEC, I'm not telling people like what to buy. It's not about like what you should invest in. It's more about education for like learning, knowing yourself and becoming a better investor and finding your own unique strategy. And a lot of people have been requesting bots for like investing. Like people like trading bots is really big, but like I wouldn't trust that stuff. I think it'd be cool to build it and try it with like fake money. It sounds like it's not very good yet, but I'm thinking the idea I had that I'm looking at building in the future is like a personalized, like after it gets to know you, it could build like a like an investment bot basically that you could test on different stocks and different investments, and you could see where your basically your style that you kind of like develop over time works better on like certain industries and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot to that and a lot in the future, and that's part of why I was just building this radar thing in the marketing dashboard to really see where like the new features are, what people are building with new features in investing, technology, fintech, stuff like that. So I can just stay on like the cutting edge of the tech. And you know, this is definitely like, I feel like any business, you know, is like is just like you're constantly getting better over time. If you just like, you know, a lot of people right now are just kind of like building a ton of apps and just making it a numbers game and like, oh, I could just build like 100 apps and put them out and hopefully one of them does well. But I'm thinking just like try to dominate this niche and focus on this one app till the point where I get it like, you know, all the systems built and get it down really good and just keep making it better over time as things evolve. Alright, where was, oh yeah. Alright, that feature looks pretty good for now. Alright, so I think this feature is looking really good for version 1. Let me know if you think there's anything else I should need to add to it. Otherwise, if not, basically I'm thinking the source is at 18 right now. So create another prompt that I can give to Codex to do an audit based on the features we just built, and also the checking what's on the Git source. Yes, build the summarize all topics button. And then I will run this audit and bring you back the results. And I've been reading the chat. I just haven't really had much to say. I'm still kind of learning all the talk about developers and stuff. This is all kind of new to me, so don't really have too much I can add to that. But it's really interesting to see that stuff. But it's interesting to read that for sure. All right, so that's in. I got the audit prompt. Thank you for that. I did not commit since I did the last feature, so not sure if I can commit while I'm auditing, if there would be an issue there. But I'll, once this audit's done, definitely gonna commit. I'll commit and then do the audit fix, and then commit again. Commit with a note based on what was done since the last commit. Yes, that is the way I understand it. Commit is basically like a local snapshot, and then when I push it, it's sending it to the server. Awesome. Good to have you here, Code Langston. Definitely been very helpful, provided a lot of value. So enjoy your day, enjoy what you do, and until next time, definitely be coming through with something new. It's crazy. Like, I've already been streaming almost 5 hours, and I feel like it's maybe 2. I really enjoy doing this, and the time just flies by. Definitely made a lot of progress. So. Now push to GitHub. There we go. So, I would say it's time for me to go. Gotta take a break and get some food to eat. Good to be back up on my feet. Doing big things again. Trend is my friend until the end. And that's gonna be technology. Vibe coding, agentic orchestration. Making business systems for the marketing nation. And thank you again for being in tune to the station. If you haven't, hit the like button and subscribe too. And thank you for doing what you do. I'm out for today. That is it for what I got to